Testing, testing. Hello everyone, my name is Xanmoas, and today we're playing part 8 of ENDWALKER. As we last left off, I discovered the secret of the Sharian's moon. I traveled to Razahan because the final days were upon us. A bunch of people got turned into monsters because of depression and fear and panic, strong emotions that turned them into it. And now Aphrodite and Alizé's father is here in Razahan trying to convince the dragon to evacuate some of the people. At least it's not that much of a dick, but yeah. Now we continue on. And new weapon. Take this for toy, my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower's system in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Erebus essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, try seek out Rhina for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the assessor's gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Yeah, now I gotta go to the first. Seek out Erebus. Back to the first. Hasn't been that long since I've been here, to be honest. For those who don't know, I'm the only one that can travel to the first, besides the employees. But any NPC like the Scions and that, they can't. And if you want those kind of answers, you need to watch Shadowbringers. I may replay that at some point just so I have recorded footage, but yeah. That's how it rolls. I really shouldn't just be saying watch, I should be saying go play it yourselves. Experience it firsthand if you haven't. Dolia, you are returned. How have you been well? You and the others? The things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. He said this to you? These exact words? Oh, to know that he is happy, it fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Victoria, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile, I request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of the mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Quistorium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle democracy. Or diplomacy. Yeah, diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have you recently observed any unusual phenomena? Well, it just rained. That's unusual. No, I cannot say they have been. Curious that you could ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Rain came and asked the same. He was rather unsettled. In stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. She and the other Castrinian youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. During her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, it struck me as happy and full of life. But when I saw her in a state of worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. Might I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the obelisk? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once and take the opportunity to find Ring. Please wait for me in the city in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Shall we say, I will be along as soon as I can. All the way there, huh? Alright. And I'll teleport here. Perfect. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending... Okay. So this is gonna be a long one. Sorry. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that true, Victoria? Oh. Ah, it is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us. And at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's people. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the Spirit Vessel, I gained valuable insight into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that would allow me to test your existence and deeds. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me for just one for now. Your quest to restore the Knight, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? I'm tempted to hit the fourth one because there's a mystery box kind of deal, but you know what, let's try it. Truly, I never would guess, but then if I could, I suppose I wouldn't have had to ask. It's a tremendously eye-opening answer, and we'll see that your account of this battle features prominently in the tome. I know you'll have to talk her ear off, Mullen, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Elmore won't collect themselves. Of course, and afterwards, you okay to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise, or something like that. Till next time then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular Remind him not to overexert himself again and again till his ears fell off, if that's what it takes for him to take it off to heart. Alright, who else is going to show up? Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Oh, children. It's her, it's really her. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. That's not, Riki. You only give her a stomachache. We come to see Morland to get his advice. One of the gods finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. Well, I know that I want to be a mage. Akio isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. Don't seem about right, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morland. He knows about lots of things. He isn't here? Aww. Oh, why don't you have the Warrior Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Akio best? So axe, sword, or bow? Probably be a bit hard for him to use an axe at this age. Oh, a sword. The sword. If you took up the sword, you could be just like Brendan, the Warrior Light. Who the hell's Brendan? I love that tale. Let's borrow that book today. Really popular though. I hope it's still there. Sorry. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Goodbye, adorable children. Okay, who's next? Usually pairs of threes. Such fun she's been having basking in the adoration of the old musty bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does she spare a thought for me? Of course not. Who dares? I waited and waited and waited, but she would not But she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though she's right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is, cold and cruel and heartless. I tried. If you truly miss me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time. Though, for there to be a next time, you have a few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. With that, I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fae folk is bound to that of the star. Wherever it goes, so too do we fall. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here we are the ones you were ready for. I wonder, what manner of conclusion awaits a tale's end? Yeah, I should have seen you coming. Ah, finally. My apologies for the delay. Victoria, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the obelisk, and you may enter at your leisure. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I had this feeling like a pit in my stomach and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that... I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. And so, I'm always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. That can't be good. And then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else has seen what I've seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Dora, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. Yeah, the world's doomed. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amalot has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the first. Don't worry about us, please. Don't go only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. As long as you continue to fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. And this new weapon should be good enough for me. Let's see. We gotta empty this my armory at some point. Not bad. You're headed to the Umbilisk to consult with Oedipus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. Guess I should teleport. Mistress Victoria, welcome back. Captain had told me all. Give the word and I'll show you to the Okala. Yeah, flashback, huh?
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream.
Hello.
You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all. So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share. Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him. Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate.
Oh, the music just suddenly stopped.
Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived.
What the?
Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis.
Ow.
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility.
Time travel?
And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
Time travel.
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority.
You tell me the password?
First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic. The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream.
Oops. And dream.
Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Yeah, flying in space now. Well, I should say the ether current. And I'm a ghost. A ghost of time. Good lord, they're huge. It's Elzian's a shame. Device is reminiscent with an etherite. Perhaps it's possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel your focus and focus your energies, you failed to attune with the device. We assume it operates differently. Man stands dutifully by the etherite-like device, a guide for this facility in the likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Oedipus warned, it appears your form is intangible. This is my place, yes? Papa Lion? Judged by the woman's words, the facility is called Papillon. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. Oh, I definitely know her and him. Why is my character doesn't? The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Laboratorium and the recreated Amalot. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate vitally and shout all manner of greetings and absurdities, but the man does not so much as glance at your general direction. They are all Asians, I know. Inspect the door leads outside, but how to open it? We tried walking through it.
And here we are, Elpis.
Hello, Emmett. Recognize your voice anywhere.
Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while. You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
They would put Semus to shame. Oh god, he knows it's me.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business. By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Oh yeah.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image.
What?
So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant. You may open your eyes.
And I'm solid now. That seems highly impractical, but whatever. And tall. Very tall.
You even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend?
Victoria, Living Paradox.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here? Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait. Are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
Yeah, I know about you, Emmett.
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
Well done, Sundered.
This presence.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
And apparently you're happy. Well, no one at least.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. In concepts that give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of the process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. Fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Ooh, gift. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmet Silk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so do you know how to make a robe? A basic concept would do. No? In that case, Emmet Silk. No. You'll win your responsibility. You're getting not another Trimble of ether out of me. The way he scamps sometimes. You think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic? Very well, I shall make the robe. Perhaps you can assist. Let us search for a requisite material. How could I say it? Oh, there's etherites here too. So the place is surprisingly empty. And you got monsters here too. For such a garden paradise, why do you have monsters? Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric robe. I want you to use it to capture Sawiche's 2 Petalodais. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of the user. As your ether is still thin compared to us, you need to weaken the Petalodai first. Good luck. Okay, that was a mistake. I thought they were gonna be, like that other video. Where, you know, you just go on the ground. Stun them a little. Okay. What's this gift you have for me? A robe? You got the petalodai? Come, come, let us see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. Yeah, it's ready. Something fancy, but we're trying not to stand out. Try to emphasize. Well, not just like that. You need to refer them to the constituents ether first. Makes you wonder why I asked for two species. It is due to the difference in the etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce carb with superior etheric stability. Well, that's good to disguise and educate it, but I won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least, it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Oi, 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 oi. It itself speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to see to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No. Let's just simply say that you're familiar. Question is, whose? Ah, of course, Esm's. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of a presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'll have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Right, so I got some grammars. It didn't just take me to the gas glamour. Cast glamour. Yeah, no gloves. How weird. Yeah, I look like a bona fide Asian now. If you are ready, let's continue along the path to Agorneris. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your maths, I assume you're one of the 14. Wasn't aware that there were to be any visitations. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, my lips are sealed. The Chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you'll find him at one of the pools here. Pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hyphodosius? Well, I never met Hermes. You know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emmett, Selk, and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could really locate Hermes, but I felt it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is much for your own enjoyment, but I guess not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have calls up. A special exemption due to not need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit such our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let us find our man. Ether currents around here. Yes, there is. Huh. Yeah, they have such funny faces.
You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
Ikuruda?
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Got a mind reader.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
And we never get to know now.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do? You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Okay, so not Gruda.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
The Namastoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb, with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help too.
Weird that she pauses.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
I can take him as a pet.
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
These Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as a ambusto. Yet though it may be safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite a predicament. What the hell? Ambustron! Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ow. Ugh. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and, Toya Gladios, you are called? Intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but that doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I forgot all about spells. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmett Silk and Pylodius when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Epis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. Hope you will enjoy your time here. Oh, we must keep the others ready. Let's return to Xanmoas. Some of these words are hard to pronounce. Apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Amastolas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to the space. If you would go on ahead to the main building, upon entering you'll see a table and chair. Meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. And now I can attune. A gemstone trader.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Alright, Emmett, calm down.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
Oh, bring it. I'll kick your ass. I've done it before.
Yes, I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. behave yourself. Do you hear?
At the boss of me.
So, it's finally happened then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Van Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Victoria. Didn't mean, walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When I was sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. Don't worry, I'm fine now. So why did you come here? Want to learn about Ipus and Hermes? Oh, I'll teach you. I can teach you. We can take turns. I'll tell you something, then you tell me something. It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes, let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aphrodite. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is. So I'll have him explain instead. Okay then. Ah, the Aphrodite. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, not to the ground or other isles. You need teleporters. Oh, and permission. And what have we here? Though you look like a person and have the ears of a beast, I assume you are familiar. Like Meteon. Is there something you need? That's awfully rude. This is Victoria. Could you teach her about Epis? Ah, newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. She knows it's mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, or it would lead to chaos. Now, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, symbolize what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should we be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take place in the world. Two of you, too, were created in the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? We will, man. We will. Thank you for the lesson. Got a turn? Now I get a turn. Where did you come from? Then I probably don't know it. I don't know much about other places. This place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched, then I'll explain my power. One not being watched? Oh, right, I forgot. There we go. Springins? What are springins? Oh no, we call them Ori. If there's any. If there's many, if it's just one, we say Oris. They're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals and Hermes has to run after them. Oh, this creation is perfect. I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather you are converting my emotions into words and attention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. Ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. Oh, so you're the maker of the echo. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible. Everyone has thoughts and feelings they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my powers when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Hey, good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Playing? I'm still not sure what that means. Harry says let's play, but then he goes for a walk. Or looks at creations. It's fun, but no different from work. I think you made that bird mad. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Ify next. She's usually in a small building, run to the rest row. That's for making her scared. Now there's a horse and one of those spirit fairies. Oh, Vincent Meteon. I see you brought a friend today. Meteon's Yuffie? An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes. Covered in syrup. I want to share it with Victoria. Oh, candy apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I'd like to. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. Taking Hermes likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Sorry, Victoria, I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Oh, that's what you like. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Victoria. Well, we walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? There you are. I can see fresh air has done Meteon good. Victoria wanted to learn about you in Epis, so I told her about this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. I do appreciate you're keeping Meteon company. While you're away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, though we had no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Elmet Selk and Hyolodius will accompany me as I attend my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that she is no way associated with the congregation. We simply chanced to meet at Populon. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy her presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Dolly is kind, really truly. She told me as much as I told her. Come here, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. Alright, so I got body. See. Get rid of this. Yeah, not bad. Makes me look edgy. Everyone is ready. There are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambostomnia. I can't say it. Have care when you step outside the hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. I wonder if there's anything up here. No? No, okay. Ah, now there's players running around. This here is a new species of Petalodia we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If we can see its observation period to the end of our issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It's the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on its own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic and natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. Come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Okay. Yes, lightning Pneumonia, just as the report said. Although we call the structure a beacon to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains a climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an eternal shift towards a given element. Right now that element is lightning, which draws the Pneumonia here to quench the ether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneumonia? Using this ether converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for dazzling friends. Come on, give it a try. Perfectly done, Victoria. Look. See how they gather the feet? How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words? Speech is not a soul-defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity, such as a phenomena, or an inferior life form, such as a Petalodia, I will seek to perpetuate their existence to survive. question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Tiflodias, may be able to discern her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that's all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to serve. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some servers there. Yeah, there's one here somewhere.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Ah, the flowers again.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Intellecties.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait! A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. and though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than Ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the Ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Neteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%, the more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities.
Uh-oh, here we go.
'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
That's for being mean earlier.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
So we'll get this ether current while I'm here. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there is none among the 14 who specialize in Celestial, it would be a welcome addition. Assuming he could be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Oh, you wish to know why Elm itself was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. At least you forgotten. But to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampios to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Chalibus. That is what we shall tend to next. You will follow me, my friends. We shall return to the main isle and head north. I understand there's a problem with one of the Chalibus. Yes, that one. As you know, the Chalibus is based on sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. Specimens created from the concepts could all fly without issue, but a problem arose with subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning stronger towards water. Aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in a few generations, I fear they are too unstable. Flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept is revised. For the etheric balance leaning towards water, the Chalibus would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to maintain wind until it finds its wings. What? You need to go to such lengths? Don't know. Of course you don't. Of course not. Transformation is an art, which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. Practice this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, and as uncouth and unseemly as about running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of those creatures? They deserve the chance, and we owe it to them to do it all in our power. Be that as it may... Yes, I believe I have a solution. Silk, may I trouble you to move that Chalibus away from its fells, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Very well, come along. Silk is outside? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Element Silk train the Chalibus. Sorry for being able to fly untransformed. He can Where do we see ether currents? And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Would be, as I mentioned, it would be also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Dora, I want you to go to Emmett Silk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. It would be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick will be to unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. Okay. He's just gonna get mad. Right. I have a favor to ask. Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Luffy this is up to, but I will not be made to know. I refuse. Hylodeus is to be believed. Relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Silk. Okay. Please, Emmett Silk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
You're the fun one.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Oh, hey, pre-order mount.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both. the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents.
This gotta be me.
And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world, and when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Okay then. Emerging from the ravine, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Chadas. I can't say it. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Cherubus has learned to fly. And Victoria and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. Creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The child that's wise. Indeed, with this, we have proven that even a creature of skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Chatibus is a herd animal. They may well aid the struggling kin in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue serving them, if that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping for an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee the anomalies, such as the specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spend no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Evolution has changes. Hermes. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let's return to Anadrones for now. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help you? Take your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an implement to our business. Alright, pants. I'll keep that. Get rid of that. Next are shoes. Tell me, Victoria, in the course of watching me, have you learned auto value? Goodness, you say. Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Something the matter? The Lycon, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one of the observations than it set upon the nearby orcpoolets, swallowing them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wild birth. It is the nature of a Lycon that is to blame. The innate ferociousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creature, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Thoughts will affect them all once the paperwork is in order. And he doesn't agree. Where's the scene of this incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on to the left. We don't know if Doris is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would assert we fall. Now we'll worry about the ether currents later. Oh, there's 2 more Etherites to visit. I'm sure there's going to be a dungeon here. Always tends to be. The oscillations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken away. The man makes his base at 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. So can I will search the air for good measure, just to make sure the Lycon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Victoria. Come, it's down this path and over the bridge. fearsome beast is Lycon, but where is it now? The occupant is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they did not stand a chance against the Lycon. Is it that big thing over there? No. It is a dangerous one, that one. There it is, 12 wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I know him when I see him. If you're Milton, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, one person was looking for Doros. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon. Once I get back to and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Doros. His hair is long, but the color is wrong. Not my fault they got crest icons over them. Doros, that's Doros. Oh no, if it isn't Meteor, what brings you here? I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Critis. Once I submitted my report, I will see them referred without delay. So as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as it were. We heard the news that a Lycon sorted occupancies. As a server in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their noble aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not whether they're released. Lycons will threaten other species and upset the natural order. It could be that the specimens are an outlier. Highly unlikely. We created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we use Kalios to begin with a fresh state, the behavior is unchanged. Kalios? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we can observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pashalot may wish to have words with you. As assured, I kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to executions. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the discretions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture. Making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. This creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kalios. We will make it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. This is all for the greater good and non-questioning the necessity of such routine processes. Understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though the individual lives may be the next to all creation, it is all the Lycons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to assess all options to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend this discussion, that Emmett Self may better carry out his duties? By all means. I show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things. To be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time? Gideon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Victoria. Loath though I am to propose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I am in your debt, if you excuse me. Can I help you with something, Victoria? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most. All the creations help us. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions. What we feel and what we convey, Hermes is like that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Okay. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn this tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Also, when the tree rises before you, crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If they were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Sit outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of color forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine though. Let's keep looking. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is memorizing in its undulations. Oh, Coronine! Gorion! A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Victoria, at spotting seed flowers. We'll find something soon. Despite nothing promising nearby, at best common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Victoria, something big, huge. Yeah, that probably kill us. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the mobile-like creature before you. It's an odd illness. The thing around his mouth looks like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on his head. When Hermes expected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Victoria? Would he like it? So not this one either. Many good flowers hiding in our thought. Sorry, Victoria, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there? I'll pick something after that, I promise. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Ah, there's nothing. That shiny thing over there, what could it be? Oh, Epi's flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entrenchies. Intellecties. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes though. For others, it's always white and bright. Really? The flower was dark in your home? Then do you have it too? A dark emotion? I see. Hermes has been known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Victoria, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been to a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. The others are sad too. Really? You'll do it? Thank you, Victoria, thank you. It means more to me than I can say. Can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait till they're finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Salk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
This might not end well.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Oh, it didn't turn dark.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteion has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
He certainly looks evil. A hedgehog. Ah.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. as one might expect. Exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right!
Something wrong? Guess we're not gonna question why she stopped abruptly. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I tend to my next task. Now it's Sulkin, if this aware, we reached the verdict regarding the fate of the Xanmoas. I'm never gonna get his name right. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. Lycons will disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Epis. I tend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. The office has pledged to support me in his endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycons have served their purpose. Doris has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join them forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. You are so resolved, and we had better but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off, then we'll return to the main aisle. Okay, shouldn't teleport just yet. Oh. That was quick. Oh, so you heard what happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 are taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last one's up ahead, looking in the fields. You Victoria handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Elma Silk, unneeded though it is. Meteion, you have to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Lycons must be reverted. I will spare you the pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, on query, within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may well free beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flames. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Let us begin. Yeah, this fire ether is actually strong. Oh, did a little too much. Oh.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
That was a long.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Well, they like to play God, and now they suffer the consequences. So a lot of them are very absent-minded about it. Seems like Hermes is not. The other Lycons have been taken care of. Incident is resolved, and life in Epis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Oh, you'll know, Emmett. You'll know. Where to now? If there's anywhere you'd like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not outright refused his position with the convocation, merely proposed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the Pegamus, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what are you, Victoria? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elbis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you follow me, we would first head back to the Agnorius. From here, we'll follow the path northwards to Nontonius. There we will find one of the Neos, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with a requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Ah, I'm already doing a level A7 chain quest. I should be leveling up soon. Here we are. Noctonius. Sneos will take us to Karamilos Sephiros, the Western Island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Kalamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
Ah, springing.
Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
A giant shark.
What, pray tell, is that?
Yeah, a giant shark.
That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
You created a monster. Nice sword.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Oh, hello, Haidun.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
You know, time travel paradox.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I'm the guy that killed you. How's that? Might really should be saying woman for a character.
To a place more conducive to calm conversation. I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I apologize, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered aureus that made off with it. Glorious to say, I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by the business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us to the aureus, but there's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind this and scour the forest floor just in case. When I ask you to join the search, I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the rest of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there when we exhausted our efforts. Ah, there it is. Unless such a returns, I'm afraid the Orioles no longer has the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose she fared any better. Crystal, well done. Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? You often travel then. It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the stars in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys have lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my musical successor. Yet I am still eager to come across running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Epis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested. My opinions concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it's the time I return the stolen property. You go ahead to my accommodation. I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Without even telling him his future.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital on Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Well, I can only guess it starts here.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
A year in 1,000 years.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Well, what now? Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Epis. The man himself, I don't know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back and tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can sure tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea where we might begin. See the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismane. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Epis, and for what I can recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. I won't ask you your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Greetings, Ismane. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Reyna. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reluctant nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. Man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. We can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your questions. Was there anything else? Yeah, like we say, as a chief personal creation, Mignon has not subjected to observation as study like other concepts. But one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand she has a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Chief may not be the gracious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Now, if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Xanmoas, another expert in the creation of fighting concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the bank of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions cohesive. So keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Oh, Victoria, I think we've taken enough of Ismane's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose we split up. I shall continue making queries with the residents of servers to track down the colleague Ismane mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you're finished speaking with this Xanmoas. Yes, I am Xanmoas, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Again. Oh, what is it you wish to speak about? Oh, enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in, and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love for avian artistry can be traced back to when I was a young boy, stricken with the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father has designed. It was then that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. And thus did I secure an off-service role here in Ipis, and at last realized my childhood ambition. Here, the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research of creation of new flying life forms. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment, is there any specific part that you want to expound about? You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations? Then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties and assistants, the flood of new imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Others that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless skies in moments and all without radiant occurrence. I know of none save he who could conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance or form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I never delved too deeply into the inner workings of its nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow Atrician, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Dynamis and intellectuals? Those terms do sound very vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Epis which exhibited properties of one of the others? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you've sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. We must return to my observation. Sure, you have your own tasks to attend to? Oof. Good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. Have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answer. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definite conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the intellectuals which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes it seems. Thus I'm inclined to say our current course, and learn all we can about Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there else a note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from the unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now traveled the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you touched upon a vital clue, one of which we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Pepetria Christinian. Not far from here, just follow the path to the west. Ugh, it gets annoying to talk a lot. Something I need to get used to. And the one further along are both part of Pepetria Crystalline, the facility which they archive all the Epis observation and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architecture lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the Avatar, I shall join you there and on. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you would provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have them have significant data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak to me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track, after all. Hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Garlene is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Ipis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon Heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she has ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I want to hear. Mistress Fenna, I thought you had returned to the surface. I mean to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. I do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task. I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight, which so delighted your Garlene? Of course, or you could hear it from my lips directly if you prefer. Presently, she should be serving a subject in Metabasos Fallacy. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you'll find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Fanet. Even though such pursuits must continually and regrettably delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. This rest well deserved and long overdue, as you think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels at Esm. And what would Epis be without your early academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embodied the nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take an opportunity to meet this guardian in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That will be most helpful, thank you. Yeah. I've opened the path to the skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. On arriving into the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance of Metabasos Fallacy. Garlene will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Mistress Fanner, are you just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always a server or two out on the upper skyway. It's just Fanner. I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak to Garlene, if that might be arranged. Yes, Garlene, of course, I will inform her immediately. But she's engaged with a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let you know your business urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely few will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. I'm saying this on auto.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in, the heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
A long cutscene.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
I'm surprised it didn't come up with a message saying, please set some time aside. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the most likely possibility, proceeding under the assumption our next step should be to find why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for a star. I can't see it. Should like to visit the site from which Hermes set forth the Amitia. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them to the southeast. Rising from the isle, she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? What about that one? Have you the means to fly? This quite a distance away. Inconvenient but hardly an insurmountable problem. Give me Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Victoria here over to the island? Stubborn creature, there is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden here before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It's certainly not unthinkable. Now, speaking of here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos you are worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in that bargain. Seemed doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it would certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. Let's say you travel out of time. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. It's gonna be an instant battle. Very well. So again, be warned, I will not go easy on you. Interesting music.
Let neither side hold back.
Damn.
My blade sings!
Had a feeling. Oh god. Uh-oh. Oh.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Misfit Dancer?
No quarter. Have a taste.
Uh-oh.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Heal it now?
Prepare yourself.
Oh god. Uh-oh.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
She's getting stronger. Again with this.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
What? I've got one. come on. Oh, this can't be good.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Ah, cool.
Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metea made the departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion, and we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below. Give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Ah, ether current. Argos meant oceans to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Is it his present? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what's the name of that tree? No, something. Ah, Neotopolion. Quick. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? This is enough for your landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. This has gotta be foist.
Small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
I'm doing it right now, aren't I?
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Ah, did I finally learn to control it on purpose?
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, We will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion? I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than Nukin Kittis Hyperborea. The largest facility stands in evil Letkikos Boreas, Northern Isle. I wonder, Victoria, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined to research into the world, did you not question how they would find room for their own so few items? The answer lies within Critis itself. I touched upon the practice floor back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. Same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environments. Just there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Ephesus observers conduct the bulk of their work. Tell them the simplest route is via the Neos, north of Protean Okios. Also, the light hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Ah, good. The Neos acknowledges my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. This was the way to Critis Hyboria. We follow this path and then turn left at the crossroads. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Epis. We should head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is in another facility, as we just discovered. Hello. Furthermore, we confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation from Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down the apocalypse, then he may be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14th defined the connection between the celestial currents in the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. Without people's greatest minds, not to mention Hippolytus, whatever, sharp's eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits the description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to the next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fidaniel, recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew or was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the congregation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We have practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fidaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. Seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It's time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story, but as Element Silk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how lugubrious or personally offensive I may find it. So not happy you're a madman in my story, huh? I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path, we can teleport to Mesopus Eos from the device at the bottom of the slope. And so much traveling. I only just got here. Wait, it's still this bit yet. And that if I can fly. They are close by, with the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see up ahead. Oh then, Victoria, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fidaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. The creations in there are not exactly... then again, perhaps Victoria can handle them. She did survive a bout with Fana after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden citizens. Alright, what's wrong with the garden? Oh, good God. Ah, crap. Well, this remind me of the Final Day monsters. Actually, wasn't this mobile in Garmold? Oh. Funny enough, I don't see them anywhere. Again? This is a surprisingly hide. I have no idea where they are. Oh, there they are. Dude, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping this and Emmett Cell company. Idos, whatever. Important matter, and I'm waiting for my decision on Daniel, you say. Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. God, this place is weird. That's a long fall. you spoke with Hermes then, and we briefly entangled with the dozens of the hungering gardens as well, I see, or should I say smell. I don't speak for certain congregation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you convinced Hermes to confer with us, let's pray for things will soon take a turn for the better. As for fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmet Selk who would create in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass, be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is still not truly written in stone. Naive hope that is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we should wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Okay, Grumpy Pants.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
So she's the villain.
It hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Better find her then. Calm your mind, your sense questing for any hint on Meteion's presence. Seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. trying to catch even a faintest whisper, but failed to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Now so much for that. You strained to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Elsewhere again. Now, how did it come to this? Is there the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Meteon's anguished voice drifts away to the south. Elsewhere. Is that a pot? Okay, you got two things. My bet is this one. Nope. Damn. It's gotta be that one. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Etheres. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on the intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Victoria, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice freezes towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? Any sign of Meteon? My bad. And I think of years, which will make it all the more difficult to predict their movements. Anyways, what do you make of this situation? Mattia are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted this usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Meteor's case, that means speaking to any of the incarnations within physical reach. Unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. And we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. He already knows. Oh my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep us from it? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her ethnicity to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how ether Selk solidified your presence when first we met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to represent whose whereabouts are hidden to me. Which is why we all must work together. Victoria will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. When she's ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to fulfill our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing toward Leafy. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Victoria and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and instruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Since we are partners for the time being, let's return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep to myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to clear the way. Why is that? I gotta say, why was it dinosaur dizzy? Or dragon dizzy? Let me guess, this is gonna say elsewhere. I think this way? We'll try another route then. Ah, damn it. Sorry, Emmett. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easy to find. We won't lose her this time. You should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by jumping down the walks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days to know. If I end up drenched head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a Momoa. Or Momoya. Not here. I'm not here, please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Can't I hide? Toya, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the mist. Force a habit. I get used to his escorts. If I realize I can take the bridge. Since Neo's not in use, it seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Antion's essence. We move on. Yeah, I see her. This is one long roundabout crest. Of course she's heading to the tower.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
She's very persistent, I'll give it that much.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
He's not right.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Oh, crap.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What are you doing? What the hell?
What is the meaning of this?
Why is the music so heroic?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You
was the music so heroic just then? Why, Hermes, why would you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to Aether? If you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, that you may never one day you learn to be at peace upon this one? Alright. It's getting very late, so I'm gonna end it here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Until next time, folks. See ya.